who may be the perpetrator of the crime.
Trying to escape, right?
And so they always say, no matter who you are, when you're coming out, you come out with your hands up, and then they will take care of it and assess who's what. Because right now, you know, imagine for us, here we are sort of trying to figure it out from afar, an officer going in who's trying to save people, you know, it's completely confusing for them. So they need to be able to decipher who are the good guys, who are the bad guys, who needs help, who doesn't need help right now. So it's a very complicated situation.
And you can only imagine the tense situation going on right now there in San Bernardino as police try to figure all this out. Apparently we are being told Loma Linda Medical Center, they're preparing to accept victims. Right now, all updates are coming from the Sheriff's Department, so we need to wait for them to give us the go-ahead. Also, Arrowhead Medical Regional Center, apparently we've reached out to them as well. We're waiting to see if they're also waiting for victims.
of people out of the building, all with their hands up. As you can see, the police department has just a massive sheriff's and police department response here, as it should be. Right at the moment, I can't see anything more going on in the buildings over here. So when we get more information and some better pictures, I'll try to bring them to you. And it's very difficult to hear you guys, so if I don't respond or you don't hear me, it's because I can't hear you. We're so far out from the transmitter. But that's the situation here on Waterman. It's totally closed, totally blocked off, and as you can see, large armed response here by the Sheriff's Department and other facilities. going on, so we could either shoot some buildings here or I'm going to try something. I'm going to pull out really wide. Jay, if you copy over microwave, apparently a TFR is going into effect. They're going to be having everybody clear the area. I'm not sure yet. That's just coming in. I'll keep you posted. That's just all fresh info, Jay. Dave, hey, they're putting up a temporary flight restriction out here. They're kicking us out, basically. We either have to go land for fuel right now over here at San Bernardino Airport, or we're going to get moved back 3 miles. And then we'll have to go to Ontario for fuel. I can't hear them. What it? This IFB is worthless out here. Just absolutely worthless. I can't hear a thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have to go to Ontario. We will not be able to go to the local airport here because it's going to be in the TFR. Okay. Yeah, whatever you can do to climb. We're right at the border here now. Park just out right over the freeway. Yeah, we're right on the edge here. Okay, this is good. I got you outside. You good? I just climb. Don't go any further. You're going to avoid it. I'll try to get the nose back on it, Jason, when you can. We got exhaust. We're working on it, Jay. We're working on it. Okay. I got the TFR up too. If it comes up, I'll see it. You're getting a little bit of exhaust. You can look around, Tracy. Don't get the building.
So my loved one is safe, and
We lost IFB.
it's crazy. There's just too many shootings, too much bad stuff going on here. I mean, you hear about it, but this is insane. This is crazy, literally. I mean, they need to do something.
And you got this information via text message from her or a phone call?
My wife got it over a phone call, and I came down here and texted my daughter, and that's how I learned of it. I spoke to one of the officers, and I was informed that there are casualties.
And what do you know about what's going to be happening now?
All I know is I saw SWAT come in, and a lot of
Boom, 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 boom. What's your name again?
my name's Mark
And your last name?
Scroggins,
Spell that, please.
Scroggins. I may have my daughter on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could get her on the line for us. So she is in a bus getting ready to be transported. We've heard there's about 200 people waiting to be transported to a safe area.
Yeah.
Is that where your daughter is?
Inside the building at the time. And
drift in. You don't have to. Yeah, just assume you're always live. You can look around a little bit. That's good. Those tacticize. Do me a favor. Pan right. Pull out. Pan right. Easy. Show me that trailer right there. Not the one that just pulled in. Push in on that. Okay. Show me the pull out again. Tilt up. Watch her focus. You can come out of the doubler. You got plenty of room on the 1X. Yeah. Go ahead. Just watch your overexposure. Just put the right ND in. Now you push in all the way. You all the way in. Yeah, you got plenty of room. Where? Where she's at? Where, Jay? Away from your reporter on the ground? Pull out, Trace. I do copy. Do you copy me? Give me that. Which way? Okay. I'm not seeing anything, Jay. A couple cars. The old Norton? I don't know what that is. Okay, what is there? Okay, let me look over there. We'll start heading that way. We're gonna go look there now. Is that cool? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give you the big look here. You let me know. Come back towards the airport. Okay, so the east-west street, north side of the airport. Okay, I got Norton. It's on the northwest corner. Okay, I don't have a map open right now, so I'm on the camera. So this is the northwest corner of the airport. Go towards the airport. We are south and west of the airport looking northeast. South and west looking northeast. That should be Norton. Due north of the west end of the runway. Okay, that is this area here. How about this? This residential area, is that what you're talking about? No, not yet. We can talk about it. Let me just verify that's Norton. That's not Norton, Jay. I don't think so. Let me get my map up here. Hang on. Give me the street you want to look at. That's 3rd Street. Give me the street. North of 3rd? This is 5th Street up here, Jay. It's 5th and what?
This is 5th Street, and this is actually 5th and Tippecanoe. Where is it from here?
The honourable gentleman must be heard with courtesy. And I say to one honourable gentleman whose loquacity has been notable today that he's perfectly entitled to seek to
One. coming? Well, watch the cable then.
Did they move it out of the street or here? Yeah, that's specific. No, I know, yeah, exactly.
You gotta shoot them above the bush though.
Yeah, no, I think they have the bush. I don't like it. Yes.
Come here, we gotta go up.
I know. I'm doing it now.
What? No, not according to me. We had nothing. I got nothing. And no, and we've been on for a long time. Nobody's called the station, so. We're 9.
Perfect.
Speaking.
What?
So it's Chief Jared Bergwan,
Bergwan, sounds like a nice French
San
name.
Bernardino Police Chief, and Sheriff John McMahon.
Yeah, it's County Sheriff. My dear, could you do me a favor? Hold that for about 1 minute. Both. Thank you. Stand by a second here. Come here, you little bastard. Get up there. Thank you, and hand me the microphone.
If you guys want to do a last hit, I'm hearing stuff that they don't want us to show us buildings anymore. So if you want to do one last one, just yeah. I don't see any of those guys anymore. I don't know what they're talking about. Right, no. And they would have called the station. We haven't changed yet. Right. That's where the shooting happened. 14:25. Bomb squad. Tell them it's bomb squad. Bomb squad. I can tell you it did.
Golf course. They're coming. Here we go. Get ready. Here we go, guys. We're going. We are going to have a briefing right now for the San Bernardino Chief of Police and also for the San Bernardino County Sheriff is going to begin right now. They're moving up to the podium at this point.
Hi there. I am Lieutenant Brad Toms with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Public Affairs Division. I'd just like to provide you with a telephone number in the event that you have information for investigative leads. The number that will be manned by the Sheriff's Department will be 1-866-346-7632. You can also call 1-800-78-CRIME if you wish to remain anonymous. I'll make a couple of quick introductions. We have Chief Jared Bergwan from the San Bernardino Police Department standing here to my right, Sheriff John McMahon to my left here, and the Assistant Director in charge of the LA office of FBI, David Bowditch. David. With that, I will hand it over to Chief Burgoyne.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this originally started off at 11 o'clock this morning, late this morning, early afternoon. We received a call here at the Inland Regional Center, 1400 block of South Waterman, of a shooting. It was quickly apparent that we had what amounted to an active shooter situation. There was a massive law enforcement response that initially was officers from our department that responded, and then very quickly, as word spread through the region, we had a massive mutual aid response from virtually every law enforcement agency in the immediate area, to include the Sheriff's Department, Colton Police Department, Fontana Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, Probation Department, Parole. A number of agencies responded. What we have so far is information that up to 3 people had entered the building and had opened fire on people inside of the building. We do have some preliminary numbers of upwards of 14 people that are dead and upwards of 14 people that are injured. We think those are pretty reliable, but keep in mind those are potentially subject to change. They are preliminary numbers. The 14 that are wounded have been taken to various area hospitals. In addition to the law enforcement response, there was a massive medical aid response from San Diego City Fire Department, other area fire departments, as well as the ambulance American Medical Response. As officers initially arrived on scene, they went into the active shooter protocols, the things that we trained for. They immediately entered the building in search of the suspects. Initial information is that the suspects were potentially still inside of the building. It is a massive facility, employs several hundred people, and it's taken a long time to clear the building. In fact, I think we still have assets inside that are completing that clearing process. Information that I think is probably the most reliable at this point is that the suspects have fled, potentially in a dark-colored SUV. We do not have any identification on who those suspects are. We do not know what the motive is for the shooting at this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the sheriff for a couple of comments.
Thank you, Chief. We're working closely with the San Bernardino Police Department in a unified command, as well as our federal partners, to make sure that we have the resources we need to thoroughly investigate this event. Our officers are working hand in hand with members of the San Bernardino Police Department, as well as the other agencies, to search the building, as the Chief indicated. That search is still ongoing. We have also, because of the information that the suspects may have fled the area, we have also shut down and locked down the courts and the local city and county buildings in the general area around San Bernardino. We have an increased law enforcement presence at all the high-profile areas, including hospitals. We've been in contact with the school district and their school police chief to take care of the school side of things. We continue to make sure that we do everything we can to keep the public safe. We've been in contact with the Board of Supervisors. They've pledged their full support and the resources that they have to help solve this as well. We will work together to investigate this case once the scene is secure, and work hand in hand with the city of San Bernardino as we do in other high-profile events. I'll now have Dave Bowditch, Assistant Director of the FBI, say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff. The FBI is here with our state and local partners, as well as our partners from the ATF, and we are here to essentially assure that all the wounded are extracted, and ultimately public safety is the #1 goal at this point. And we will work as a law enforcement community to assure that we have done everything we can in our power to find, locate, and apprehend these subjects. At this point, I know one of your questions is going to be, is this a terrorist incident? I will tell you right now, we do not know if this is a terrorist incident. So we start from the beginning, working with all our local partners. We take the presumption that it may be, it may not be, but we will work hand in hand with them from the beginning. If things change, we are here from the get-go, and there is no steps lost as the investigation proceeds. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the Chief.
So very quickly, after the initial response, we have several hundred people that were in the building that are not injured. Those people have been taken to a safe location, and they are part of the investigation. In addition to that, we know that this is a human incident, and this is a tragedy. Very concerned and very worried about their loved ones that may have been at that facility today. We've set up an area at the Hernandez Center at the corner of 3rd and Sierra Way here in the city of San Bernardino for family members to go for information. We will push information out to that for those family members as we can. Also, the Sheriff's Department put out the crime tip hotline number. If anybody has any information, we'd very much like to hear from you. So with that, I will take a couple questions. Start with Rob. I don't. I've heard everything, that it was a meeting to a potential like a lunch type gathering, maybe for the holidays. That's not confirmed. That is very preliminary. It's my understanding that most of the people that were wounded, most of the victims, were all centrally located in one area of the facility.
Have any weapons or body armor, anything like that, been recovered?
In terms of the employees, it's my understanding this facility has both state and county employees, as well as folks that work for a number of organizations. The Inland Regional Center serves a number of organizations that treat mental illness type issues and that sort of stuff. I don't have any idea. I know that state and local county employees work there. I do not know if any of them are the victims or who they are at this point.
Do we know if any children are
I do not have any information that any children were involved.
On the weapons used and the number of people involved here, given what you have in the way of evidence, witness accounts, and everything else, would you characterize this as an organized event? What were these men using and shooting at people with?
Preliminary information indicates that these are people that came prepared. That they were dressed and equipped in a way to indicate that they were prepared, and they were armed with long guns, not handguns. I do not know what type of long guns.
How was it dressed?
I don't know.
Have any of those weapons been recovered here at the scene?
We do not have any weapons recovered at this point.
What were they wearing that indicates they were prepared?
Left just a little bit. There's a shadow. Thank you.
Sorry.
Chief, can I ask for clarification? You said upwards of 14 dead. What does upwards mean?
The preliminary number we have right now is that there are 14 people that are deceased, and our count is another 14 people that have been taken to various hospitals for significant injuries potentially related to gunshots. We also have a number of other people that may have had some minor types of injuries. They fell down in the course of fleeing or something of that nature, but roughly about 14 that we believe are wounded.
Security cameras inside the building where we might give you video evidence of what happened.
I would imagine there are, but we're not that far into the investigation yet.
Chief, we're live on KTLA. Would you mind repeating the nuts and bolts again? We're live on the air right now.
The whole thing, I think, let's fix.
Don't worry about it.
The building is still being searched. Is there the possibility that there are more deceased or wounded inside of that regional center?
I think that could be a possibility, yes. I don't think we're comfortable saying no at this point.
Have the bomb technicians recovered anything which is or looked like an IED inside the building?
As the teams were going through and searching for the suspects and searching for victims, there were some things in the building that were not immediately identifiable that caused them some concern. As a result of that, we do have some bomb techs that are on site that are checking some of that out. I do not know if they were brought in by the suspects. We do not know if they are bombs of any sort, just simply things that as our teams were moving through, said that needs to be looked at a little bit more closely.
No render safes at this point. They haven't taken anything apart or destroyed anything.
I don't have any information on that.
Have you found any vehicles in the
Step to the left. One step to the left, please. Thank you.
Have you found any vehicles that you believe are related to this event or left anywhere nearby?
Not that I know of at this point.
Have witnesses said the gunman said anything? Did they say anything?
We don't have anything specific from those witnesses. We're in the early stages of talking to them.
Are there any other active scenes at this point?
This is the only active scene that we're working.
What about security tape that may have been shot inside?
That is part of the investigation. I just don't have that at this point.
Can you talk about the suspect's vehicle, that darker SUV? Can you talk about that at all?
That's all we have. Very, very generic. Upwards of 3 suspects. Darker SUV that fled.
Suspects wearing camouflage?
I've never heard camouflaged.
What were they wearing?
Just to be clear, upwards of 3. Does that mean there could be more than 3?
I have repeatedly been told the number is 3. But keep in mind that this is information that is flowing in as people are talking to witnesses very quickly. As we put everything together, some of this may change. We know these are fluid situations, and some of the information we put out now may change a little bit in the future.
Is there any description about these guys? Any description about these suspects?
As far as people in the area, we're doing everything we can to keep this area safe. We are addressing other facilities in the area that we think may be similar or may be similar, but we don't have any information or any credible threats to any other facilities at this point. But obviously we're all on a heightened sense of alert. We would ask the public that they be on a heightened sense of alert, that they're watching out for those things, and if they come across information, contact us and let us investigate it.
Suspects at all, sir?
I put out what I have, just 3. We don't.
Masks, Chief, the gunman.
One report I heard is masks were involved, but I don't know that to be definitive at this point.
Do you have any active leads you're pursuing for them right now?
Yes.
Chief,
not going to talk about it.
Did the gunman say anything at all during the attack, during the shooting?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any sort of threats made prior to this incident?
I don't. That's part of the investigation. We're not going to talk specifically about that right now.
Hey, Chief, I'm not a media person, but I'm a United States veteran, and I just want to say thank you to you, to the fellow agencies, all the chiefs, all the fire chiefs, and everything for you guys' response. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
How long did the attack last? Do you have any idea how long it lasted?
A few minutes.
Yes or no?
Based on how well armed you think these suspects are, what are you responding? How are you equipping your people in the field?
Well, our people in the field go into the field with what they have. We have a number of officers that have high caliber weapons. They carry assault rifles with them. Most of the officers carry handguns. The officers that arrived on scene and did the initial work to go into that building and clear it went in with what they had. So.
Do you know where the suspects are? I know you've been searching for them for the last hour or so.
We do not know where the suspects are.
Chief, can you talk about the FBI? How is the FBI getting involved in this? And if there's somebody, a representative, maybe they want to talk in detail.
Well, we know historically that some of these investigations can turn into a potential federal prosecution type thing. At this point, we don't know that to be the case, but it's better to have them on scene from the very beginning so they know what we know and they are an active part of the investigation. In addition to that, being from the federal government, they bring to the table tremendous resources to help us in doing our job.
Especially when it comes to terrorism, can you talk about that?
We have no information at this point to indicate that this is terrorist related in the traditional sense that people may be thinking. Obviously, at minimum, we have a domestic terrorist type situation that occurred here.
Any description at all? White, black?
We don't.
In the sense that they had training, that they might have that they had training. In other words, that they.
The only thing I'm comfortable saying at this point is that the information we have is that they came prepared to do what they did as if they were on a mission.
How long were they inside shooting?
I don't know specifically. Several minutes.
Were the gunmen still there when the police arrived, when the initial responding officers arrived?
Well, we don't know. We did not. Our police officers have not engaged or exchanged gunfire with anybody, but we.
I always hate that would have been deadly, you know. I always hate having to come out to see you under these circumstances. It's better than my dad being in trouble.
Okay. Audio, audio, audio. Really? Palm trees. I see any palm trees in there. I'm hungry. Okay, can I have an accurate fuel? Judge, knowing how long it took, can I get an accurate fuel update? As accurate as you can. Huh? So we have to be on the ground? Okay. So Jay, we've got an hour and 15 minutes on station. Hour 15, so 3:30. This thing is really efficient at altitude, though. Yeah. Let's say, you know, you see someone running or something like that or whatever.
Okay. So Trace, I'm going to let you take this back carefully. We're high. I just, just shoot that kind of stuff back and forth like I was doing. Yeah, Mark, when we're looking at the command post, you can gather that it is in the investigative stages, but you got to these two buildings, which we're not showing on purpose, are very, very large. So you've got a lot of tactical teams of 5 or 6 SWAT officers in a team that are going in and they're clearing the building. Now, remember, when they clear these rooms and they go room by room, floor by floor, they have to leave officers behind to keep that, what they call buying that territory, holding that territory, because they can't just move away from that and let suspects, if they are moving around the building, continue to get back to that area. So it takes a lot of officers to cover this building. We've been seeing lots of tactical teams come in and out of that area. Also, we've seen, we're not going to show it, but we've seen that explosive device technicians, their vehicles parked up right against that building. In fact, we saw the trailer that houses the explosive robot and the ramp into that area that robot is deployed. So they're working that end of it as well, at the same time trying to clear the building, which is time, it takes a lot of time, painstaking, room by room. And if there are any other victims or workers in the area that are sheltering in place, they've got to get in there, make sure they're okay, make sure there's no additional injuries on board, someone that may be bleeding out in an area. They want to make sure they get that done as quickly and as safely as possible. So that's what's happening now. This could take hours, but that's why they need all these resources here. Another thing we've seen, Mark and Michelle, down here is a lot of people are calling in tips. In fact, very close to here, just west of the command post, there was a gentleman wearing fatigues walking away from the location. Someone called the police and said there's a gentleman walking away down the railroad tracks. We saw about 5 or 6 officers on foot run down the railroad tracks with guns drawn, throwing this gentleman out. They went up, they ID'd him, they hooked him up, searched him, and they realized that he was not a threat. Another vehicle they looked at, there was a vehicle in the parking lot of the San Bernardino Golf Club, which again is that golf club on the west side of the street. Officers went and investigated a possibility of an SUV. It wasn't black, but a silver SUV that possibly had weapons in it. That didn't appear to be the case. They talked to the gentleman in that car and released him. So a lot of people calling in, a lot of tips, obviously watching the broadcast here, watching the live events of what's going on. But painstaking time is being taken into this to make sure they don't miss anything. It takes a lot of time and tactical effort to go through these buildings and make sure that they do it safely and no nook or cranny is uncovered in this search. So that's what's happening right now, Mark and Michelle. Command post active, but not as active as we saw earlier. We're seeing relief units, tactical teams from all over the Inland Empire. This is a unified command, as they said in the command post, which means all these agencies are lending a hand, lending resources, which is what it takes in these types of situations. And the amount of interoperability that takes is an amazing task. And they're all doing that at this command post you see on the right side of your screen. You can see all the different agencies, fire and police, fire agencies, medical assets standing by in case they do find any additional injuries inside this location. But right now it appears that their suspect search is still on. By no means is this over with until they completely clear all these buildings on this facility and even adjacent facilities that they think suspects might be in. So it's going to be a long, long afternoon and evening, Mark and Michelle. Can we update that? We got 40% left, so what's that give us? AJ, an update. We look like we can stretch it to about 340, 345 at this point right now. What truck is that? Okay, that's fine. Tilt down a little bit. Tilt down. Oh, weird. Oh, there's 6-7. Who's in 6-7? Huh? Ask him who he's staffing for me. Stu? Okay. Where's 324? I don't know. Jeez. Where's Al? Is he flying? Man, the air conditioning kill. I'm turn the fan on for a second. Yeah, I do copy. Hang on, Al, 1 second. Go ahead, Jay. Okay, cool. Hey, Al, go ahead. Okay, great. Al, one more time. I'm trying to do two things here. I didn't say 324. I was asking. It's not up yet? Okay, yeah. I was running out the door, and then Dave started calling, but I couldn't answer him. So that's a shame, because Stu's out here in 6-7, so that's really unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, I'm out of pocket, so you're gonna have to coordinate that. So just let me know. This, here we go, right? The second big one out here. Well, let me know. Okay, thanks. Has there been an anchor change, Jay? Is there an anchor change? That didn't sound like Michelle. Was it? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Local and state agencies mobilize all planes and helicopters available to search for SUV. KPFA 93 TOC from JT on 1. KPFA 93 TOC from JT on 4. Oh, no answer. Hey, look at all those trucks. Stay on that, Trace. Hey, Jay, I'm sure you can see, you got me? A very large contingent of SWAT officers, San Bernardino Sheriff SWAT, have come back out to Waterman. Okay. How are we looking? We're at 50% now. 5-0. All right, Jay, still looking at about 340 before we have to depart for fuel. What's that? Okay. So Jay, when we're still on, what's the plan for us? Are we going back to Ontario, or are we going back home? What are we doing? Understood. Got it. So can you call company and maybe try to arrange a delivery of some food for us at about? Jay, are you plan on holding us here till they get here, or till we're bingo on fuel? Okay, got it. We're gonna hop fuel. So not hop fuel, but hopscotch. No, we're in for the long haul, buddy. Yeah. I don't. I'm just trying to figure out how we can get some food to that FBO, if possible. Try to get something as quick as possible. Well, what can you eat, Tracy? Sandwich? Okay. What's the FBO there called now? I'm sorry. What is it? One more time? You can eat pizza, right? Okay. You're good with just plain cheese. Tomato, just like. Follow that white SUV going northbound to the right. There you go. Push, if you got it. Yeah. That building isn't 10 stories, is it? Four stories, maybe. This guy's calling it 10-story. Okay. So it makes no difference to you. No, that's all right. As long as you keep me apprised of what's going on down there. The right orbits are fine, but we could do left orbits too, so I can see. But it's your call. Oh, yeah, that's good, Trace. We can go back down. Getting a little toppy. What? Two about there. That's about it. Are those SWAT guys? Pan left a little bit. Let's just see. They just look like uniformed officers, right? Okay, those look like detectives. Okay. Yeah, exactly. You don't know yet. Okay. Any plans on us talking anytime soon, or are we just skipping the video? Okay.
$14 people that are injured.
The social services facility serves people with developmental.
Okay, that's fine. We're ready. Yeah, just curious. Okay, very good. Show me that SWAT truck to the right. Do it now. Easily, easily. Yeah, David, Colleen, we're trying to make sense of some of the stuff we're seeing here. Again, we don't have a lot of confirmed information, but we can tell you what we're seeing here. About 15 or 20 minutes ago, we saw a large contingent of not LA, but San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department SWAT team moved to this command post truck. That's the main SWAT command post truck. They moved back out into that area. We did not see them redeploy back into the area. And shortly, just about 5 minutes ago, we saw a lot of plainclothes detective-type officers with vests on move back into the area of the IRC. Now that was going back up into Park Center Circle, north and south, towards the building. Don't know what we can make out of that. Again, we know that there's two very large buildings, at least 4 or 5 stories tall. Lots of offices in there, lots of areas that need to be cleared. It's uncertain if more tactical teams are in there continuing to clear, but it did look like that some detective, investigative type personnel did move back into the area. Again, we've seen those the bomb technicians, the explosive technicians still.
I know. If I can sideline her and do it that way.
Yeah, we got cut off. We got
cut off. B, but
sort of.
yes, sir. Yeah. The governor this year to be clear of money made in the budget. The governor wanted
It does not look like it's going to be happening on every hour on the hour, but not this hour. It could be happening. Yeah. I'm here on camera. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'll start signaling the camera.
Well, we're hoping so that this should be about the time, but I don't see the chief or the sheriff anywhere inside. What I did read a few minutes ago was school bus loads of people leaving, followed by a cortege of light loggers and police cars. It's possible that those...
For anyone who can hear me, and I just told this to Jason Burks, it is a white shirt.
but that appears...
to figure out exactly what they have going on there so they can move forward with a tactical plan. Are these suspects still here? Are there one? Are there three? Did they get out of the area? Did people see? Getting all that information is so important right now, but you can see more SWAT individuals moving towards that command post vehicle to debrief and figure out what the next steps are. But right now, it appears to be more static than we've seen in a very long time. We don't see any active tactical activity, although that could still be going on. So right now, that is the situation here live from Air 7 HD. I'm JT Alpha. I'll throw it back to you guys, and we'll give you an update if we see anything change. Where? Up on Waterman, where? There's a pursuit. Be ready to go. My guess would be further north because Waterman ends there, so let's look north. Keep coming around. Keep coming. Can we come off this shot, Jay, or no? Just start trailing northbound up Waterman. Or you gonna take a shot here? That's Waterman right there on the right side of that park. Where? Okay, come, pull out, pull out. Pull out, pull out, pull out. Pan right, pan left, I'm sorry, pan left. We're on it. Tilt down, stay on Waterman, tilt down, pan left. Please hurry. Okay, guide us in, Jason. Where's it at? Keep coming left. Keep coming left. Keep going. Go, 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 go. Pushing in there. Push in there. A little bit down. We're looking. Okay, come back. He's orbiting. It might be going westbound, so come left, come left, come left. You come left. You come left. Okay, tilt up. Push in, push in, push in, pan left. We're looking, Jay. We see the helicopter. Don't pull. Just figure the center of his orbit. We're not seeing it, Jay. We're looking. You got a better street? Stay on that helicopter so we can see Tracy. Eastbound San Bernardino Avenue. Okay, okay, come back this way. Eastbound San Bernardino. Could this be it? No, that's something different. I don't know what that is. Is it? It's still going though, right? This might be it though, Jay. I don't know. I don't know. But this looks like something happened here. Are you hearing it still going? Where is that, Tracy? Where are you pointing? Okay. Now where are you pointing? Push in on that. Double up on that. Come to us. Give me that. Give me that. Well, David, we're trying to discern what exactly is coming on here. What we've got here is that we've got officers around a suspect that appears to be down. It's uncertain. We've heard that there has been shots fired. We're not exactly sure what the location is, but you can see here there's a vehicle that was here that was involved in a traffic accident. You can see multiple cars involved in here. It hit this area here. You can see all sorts of debris on the road. Right now we're trying to get a better location, but right now it appears that there is a suspect down. This is about probably about a mile or two north of the IRC where the multiple shooting has happened. Again, we don't know right now if this is actually has anything to do with this, or is this something totally separate? We did understand that units were in pursuit, and we understand that there were possibly shots fired. Now we see a suspect is down right here, uncertain if he's just in custody or if he's injured. We're going to try to get a better location here. I'm going to come off this for a second to try to get a street name for you if we can. It's in a residential area. Again, it's very difficult to see. We'll try to get that for you in a second. But multiple agencies closing in the area. You can see that we still have suspect officers driving eastbound in the area. We understand that there still might be a pursuit going on. So we're going to come off this area right now. We're going to follow these officers here that might be continuing to what officers may be still in pursuit of an SUV. This might be something completely different. Lots of interesting information going on here. You can see these units trying to speed southbound. We'll go ahead of them to see if there's actually a pursuit that is south of them right now, trying to get information from the desk here on where it is. We're looking for the helicopter. We're looking for more black and whites. But again, we're going to try to maintain this area. This is an SUV. We're hearing that there might be an officer down. I need you on the map. Eastbound San Bernardino Avenue. Okay. Well, we've got a pickup truck here, David, and the units appear to be. Now we're off of that, and they're continuing southbound. It's very difficult. We've got a lot of black and whites all throughout the area. We understand they still might be in pursuit. We're trying to get ahead of this pursuit. This is southbound in the area, trying to get better locations here. But they are chasing a suspect, trying to get just when we thought we had it. Again, very difficult to get to. We're trying to get. Now we got units going eastbound from this location. We'll see if this is the actual area here. We got black and whites, police vehicles from multiple agencies going different areas. Now we're going eastbound on San Bernardino, we believe it is. We're trying to get ahead of this to see what we've got here. We got multiple officers here. We got officers running here, back eastbound, chasing. Now we're on foot. Look at all those units here. This is where a suspect is at. They've got units here. They're all proned out, and now we've got the vehicle here. We've got the suspect. Okay, that's kind of okay. We've got a very graphic situation here. We've got a black SUV. We've got a long rifle in the street. You can see that there is blood. There's been officer. The suspect is down. Right now, that's gonna be as wide as we're gonna get it. But you can see there's a black SUV in the center of the vehicle. We're gonna get a street for you in a second. This is on a east-west street right here. You can see officers with long guns here, all pointing down, eastbound down this street, which we'll get for a second. Again, a black SUV, uncertain if this is the suspect. You can see tactical teams moving up the sidewalk, looking for positions of advantage right now. Again, the suspect is down. They don't know if additional suspects are in that car. That's where you see those tactical teams moving eastbound, and we're going to come over here moving eastbound up the sidewalk, trying to find a position of advantage. We're going to come back out. That scene that we showed you earlier, again, that might have been the scene where we have, again, not confirmed right now, but there is a possible officer injured that has not been confirmed. We saw several officers standing over that downed person who looked as if they were wearing a bulletproof vest down there. But you can see that black SUV, and just to the driver's side, on the north side of that street, there is a suspect down. It looks right next to him, looks like to be, I don't want to get too close because that is a gory scene, looks to be like there might be a long rifle down near his feet. Again, I don't want to get too close, but they're trying to get to to call out any additional suspects. All I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the long way. I'm going to go in tight, and I'm going to go around the long way so we don't show that suspect down. You can see officers backing off. Going to try to get to the car around the long way here. I'm going to double up. You can see here, that is a dark SUV. You can look at all the bullet holes in the windshield. The left side, driver's side, completely blown out. This was a very, very graphic shootout here. All the windows in this SUV completely shot out. We do not see any additional suspects in there. We saw the tactical teams running back westbound on the sidewalk. You can see they're trying to figure out whether it's clear to approach, trying to find a position of cover and concealment right now, which there's not a lot of. Those bushes do not stop bullets. They're trying to find positions of advantage, trying to see if we've got an additional suspect off the right side of the vehicle. They are focusing solely on that vehicle right now. The suspect, they can be pretty assured, is downed off in the middle of the street. He is down, and he is not moving, more than likely deceased. Right now, waiting, calling out to see if there's any additional activity in this vehicle, but all sorts of pandemonium. And I think that original scene David and Colleen was showing you might have been the situation where that original shootout occurred, and unfortunately it may have been an officer down. Again, not confirmed, just the reports right now that an officer possibly was down in that parking lot. And that's what it kind of looked like. You saw that there was a wreck in the street. You saw all sorts of debris, 2 or 3 vehicles hit. Multiple officers. Again, unconfirmed that an officer is hit, or if this is even something that's associated with this same the IRC shooting. But it appears that the long rifle down at the suspect's feet is down there. And I'm going to pull out wide again. I'm going to try to stay wide again. It's a very gruesome scene. I don't want to show it, but you can see here. Go ahead, David. That's correct. Yes. Right? That is yes. That's what we believe right now. I haven't been able to zoom in. We got a little too close there, and again, a graphic scene. But that is an east-west major. We don't have the name of that street now. We're trying to confirm it right now. But that is a dark SUV. It almost looks dark brown, not black. But that spot you see on the north curb line. The north curb line, you see, just in front of that white police vehicle. You can see a dark spot on the left side. That is the suspect, and what's coming away from the suspect appears to be blood. Down near his feet, just to the right side of that dark spot, there is what appears to be a long rifle sitting in the street. Again, could be coincidental. There's no confirmation that this is the suspect from the IRC, but right now I'm going to come back to these tactical teams. You can see everybody deployed out of there. Greg Lee saw all those officers leaving that command post. We were hearing it. We departed the area. You can see all these SWAT tactical teams or their long rifles trained on that SUV, trying to get deployed. We're going to double up, get a little closer, and try to get back to the SUV without showing the suspect. More officers using concealment and cover behind this post, behind this hedge line, trying to prone out or call out any additional suspects that are in here. We're trying to get a look inside that vehicle. It's hard to tell if there's any additional suspects, but I can tell you there is not a window in this vehicle that has not been shot out, other than the windshield, which is still intact with many, many bullet holes in it. This was a fierce gun battle. And right now they are trying to figure out whether there's an additional suspect. Sooner or later, they're going to have officers come up and deploy, probably get some of that armament back at the IRC over here, that Bearcat or that TAC Cat, use that to come up to that vehicle so they can use it as cover and concealment to see if there's any additional suspects in here. But this was a massive shootout here back at that location that we showed you earlier. We caught up to their pursuit that just had terminated with the shootout as we pulled onto the scene. Yeah, David, we are just north of San Bernardino Airport right now, and that is, we are about I'd say about 2 miles, 2 to 3 miles to the northeast. You can see that Bearcat. Again, I don't want to go in too tight, but you can see that armament we were just talking about, that tactical armament coming in to make sure that that suspect is down and not a danger right now. Again, we're about 2 miles to the northeast of the original IRC. Now, directly east of here, about a mile or two due north, is where what we are hearing is a possible officer-involved shooting with a possible, again, unconfirmed, a possible officer down. Right now, you can see the tactical teams, they're doing two things here, David and Colleen. They're making sure that suspect is, we're going to slide right a little bit. I'm going to try to get this tree to actually cover up. We're going to slide right to cover up. Now, right now, this is a dangerous situation, David. We're going to pull out a little bit. This is what's called a crossfire situation, right? We've got tactical teams, multiple agencies, one on the east, one on the west. They want to get all these officers here. You can see them all running, trying to get behind, out of the way, so there is not a crossfire situation. They're going to move their way to the north side of the street. This is a crossfire, but they brought them in as quickly as they can. What the angle is right now, they've got a perfect angle to the south and to the east to that suspect vehicle. Okay, right now I've covered up as best we can what we believe to the suspect's body with a tree, and we're going to try to lock it down here. My pilot, Jason, doing an amazing job. So if it gets too graphic, but you can see they are trained on that. They are trained on that car. So we're going to try to hold this area right here, so you can see. There we go. I'm going to show this right now if I can without showing the suspect. You see that to the right of the tree, David Collin? That is a long gun. That looks like an HK or AR type weapon. So we're going to pull back out here, and we're not going to show anything else. But right now they are deployed. Okay, very good. We'll stay wide here because we have our second helicopter covering it right now. Understood. You're rolling, right? Okay. 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 I won't. I'm good. Okay. Guys, I need air. I speak clear. Yeah, David and Colleen, I think you may be throwing it to us. We're having some IFB issues here. But here's the situation right now. You see that tactical armament. Those are the Bearcats. They have moved into the front of that vehicle and to the rear of the vehicle. They believe they have an additional suspect in that vehicle right now. They have all their tactical armament there. They're using these vehicles, which are so precious in situations like this. The third Bearcat that you see in the left-hand bottom of the screen near that tree, which is right now covering the body of the suspect that is down with that long rifle, which we showed you earlier, is down, and they have him in custody. Now, we understand that it is a possibility that their suspect is inside that vehicle. Again, we do not know if he's hit or not. They have turrets on top of these armament cars, on top of these Bearcats. You can see, I'm not going to get on, I don't want to get in too close, but on top of those that are turrets that they can actually look down and look in, even camera systems that they can look in to see if there's any movement with that suspect. If that suspect's got his hand on a weapon, even though he may be playing dead, he may be dead, he may be hurt, he may be injured, they're taking all that into consideration in this tactical deployment. These are why these vehicles are so important to these departments. Right now they've got it blocked in the front and blocked in the back. The crossfire situation that we were talking about earlier, all those officers on that south sidewalk. We are directly south of the San Bernardino Airport. Again, we don't have a street for you right now. Haven't been able to get my eyes on a map. But right now, it's wait and see. Time is on the officer's side right now. That original scene that we showed you, that is what we believe is the original scene that accident, pursuit, maybe even a shooting. Again, not confirmed if the officer was hit or grazed or not hit at all. But we saw someone laying down who did appear to have a vest on, laying down in the middle of that parking lot with 3 or 4 officers surrounded around him. They didn't appear to be handcuffed. He didn't appear to be guns drawn on him. So we don't know if that was an officer or an additional suspect. So we're not going to speculate on that. But as we saw that, the pursuit was continuing on, and the running gun battle was continuing. As we showed you that vehicle when we pushed in a little tighter before, all of those windows on that SUV, a dark-colored SUV, not exactly black, but maybe a dark brown, completely riddled with bullets. The only window that's staying intact right now is the windshield. You see that Bearcat, or possibly a Medcat, pushing in closer as it pushes westbound right up against that fender of that vehicle. They want to make sure that if that suspect is playing possum, that he cannot move that vehicle or drive that vehicle off. You can see those turrets a little bit more clearly now. And if I get the clear from the booth, I may zoom in tighter, but I'm not going to do that until I get the clear from the booth to do so. Okay, we're not. So we're going to say this. You can see a canine coming in from the left side. Again, a very important tool. They may send that canine in to actually put bites on the suspect if he is playing possum. That suspect, the dog will latch onto the suspect and start moving him around. If he's playing possum and he's not dead, he's going to react to that. If he is dead, obviously he won't, and then they'll take considerations for their next move into what they're going to do next. Again, a very this reminds me of the Dorner incident almost. It's just the running gun battles that were running around, people looking for the vehicles of the Dorner incident out in this very same area a few years back. This is reminiscent of that. Right now, time again on the officer's side. Tactical deployment, they have concealment, they have cover, they have the weapons, they've got the dogs. So right now, they're just going to wait and see. Right now, at least 2 suspects here that we know. One is down.
That you're right. When we first arrived here, you know, I don't see anybody going into that home right there, but we did see officers in that area for sure, and there was a large number of them. Perhaps they were taking cover, perhaps they were using that for a different angle. We're going to try to move Sky 9 around. I'm not really clear exactly what happened out here, but the helicopter down below said he didn't want any other media in the area. Perhaps there's some above us, but we are going to move a little bit closer. I'm going to talk to my pilot here in just a second. Brad, if you can go ahead and move the helicopter a little bit. And we're going to try to get better shots. But, you know, you were right. When we first arrived, there was a number of officers in these yards. And we heard earlier on that there was somebody running. Not sure if it was related to this, but we did hear the helicopter very clearly say they had a suspect running to the south. Yes. Oh, you know.
How much fuel do I have to go? Like 20 minutes? 25 minutes. Jay, were we the only ones with that, or did everybody have that? Was anybody over this when we were over it? Good job on this, dude. Nice job. Amazing. Oh, we missed this thing by like 30 seconds. Can I go with that? Okay. Okay, very good. Who's reporting out there? Is that Colleen? On the ground. Who is it? Okay, understood. Eileen, right? That's what it is. Miriam. Okay. Well, David, what we can tell you is the situation where Miriam's at 2nd and Ellen. That is the original location that we started out with, right? That is the situation where there was at least a traffic accident, all those bottles in the street, and that's where we saw what we thought possibly to be an officer, possibly a suspect that was lying down above those officers standing up. So we know that was the situation there. Again, the pursuit the pursuit we covered that terminated in this area here was leaving that particular area. We were behind it, tracking in. So that's the area that this pursuit, which is terminated here, actually originated from, or at least passed by. So what we have right now is a standoff. Right now there is at least one suspect down. There is a long rifle at the feet of that suspect, and he is being covered by that tree on the left side of your screen there, near that Bearcat. We're not going to show that, but right now it's a very gory scene. What you're seeing at the top of your screen here on the eastbound lanes is the suspect vehicle, a dark-colored SUV, possibly black, possibly brown, that is pinned in by those two tactical armament vehicles, those Bearcats. Right now you see a K-9 deployed. We understand it's possible if there is a suspect in this vehicle, which is why they're so interested in it, and possibly in the back seat. Again, the condition of that suspect, we're hearing different things. We're not so certain. We're not sure if he's alive or not alive, but they are very, very concerned. You see that K-9 there, David? That is possibly what they're going to use to deploy. Depending, if they can't talk him out, they may use some other diversionary tactics to try to get him out. Maybe some flashbangs, maybe some pepper balls, or even possibly sending in the dog. But what they don't want to happen is that suspect is still armed. They don't want to lose a very valuable police dog. They've got lots of armament, lots of concealment, lots of cover, and time is on these officers' side right now. They are trained for exactly this. So they're trying to determine if this suspect is alive or dead and make a decision based on that. No, Colleen, when we came up on the scene, what we saw was the suspect that was down near the tree with a long rifle at his feet. Well, at that time, we did not know if there was additional suspects. Right now, they were dealing with that suspect down. Then we saw all the other officers to the west with all their guns pointed back towards the car, so we could safely assume there was an additional suspect. They obviously downed the first suspect, and now the second suspect is in. We haven't gone in tight enough to see if there's movement because, again, we don't want to show a live gun battle on the air because that could be extremely troublesome for our viewers. So right now we're holding this kind of medium to wide shot right now in case this suspect makes any overt movement towards these SWAT officers because they will not hesitate to open fire and to neutralize this suspect in this vehicle right now. So we have not been able to see that, nor have we been getting cleared from the booth to go any tighter. And I think it's probably a good idea just to stay at this focal length right now to make sure to see, we'll see what happens here. We'll see them move in. They'll make the determination if the suspect is neutralized or incapacitated to the point where they can take him into custody and get him treated. Yeah, Colleen, I didn't get close enough to see that, but it was very obvious. What we did see, obviously, we saw the suspect down. We saw the blood coming from the suspect and the assault rifle or long rifle at the suspect's feet. Other than what he's wearing, we didn't get close enough to stay close enough to see that because we were live on the air at that particular moment. So it was uncertain whether he's matching the description of the suspects that were in the shooting, but extremely brazen, if you will, for this suspect, knowing that all these officers in this area are hunting for them, to be actually out driving this vehicle. If this is indeed the suspects that were involved in the IRC shooting, which it's hard to believe it wouldn't be, but that's still under investigation. But if it was, it's very interesting to see that they were actually out driving around, which is very concerning. Were they out looking for more victims? Because you would think that these suspects would be in hiding, that vehicle would be in a garage somewhere, and they would be hunkering down and they got away from this thing alive, but obviously not. Obviously an officer is driving around, keen officers making observations, spotted this vehicle, went into pursuit. There was that traffic accident at 2nd and Allen, where Miriam was, and uncertain again if an officer was hurt or grazed or if that was an additional suspect. So if that's the case and if that was a suspect at 2nd and Allen, that would account for one. If this suspect is indeed inside this SUV, that would account for two. And the third suspect, which is down and presumably dead on the left-hand corner of your screen behind the tree, that would be suspect number 3, which is also a very unique coincidence if it is involved with the IRC shooting. I've got to do that. Stand by.
It's more like a Bobcat. There's an actual driver inside that vehicle. There's an actual driver inside of that vehicle. Well, Pat, Paul, that right there is one of the new toys in the arsenal of most of the Southern California SWAT teams. That's kind of a Bobcat. There's an actual person inside that driving it. It is heavily armored, and it has it doesn't even have tires. You can see it has like tank tracks on it. It is designed for situations obviously like this, but also it can do a lot of damage. It can break down walls. It is a very useful tool for the SWAT team or any type of tactical situation. I am not sure why they have so many officers that want to get on board of this thing right now, but it is exactly as you described. It is an armored shield that they can drive up to that vehicle right there where all those shots were fired. I mentioned earlier on, I said there's a dog right there. That dog, obviously a canine unit, that's a police officer, and basically sitting ready to do something. Nothing needs to be done. One of the officers right there basically just raised his weapon. There may be something going on inside that car still. Maybe there's an injured suspect possibly in the back seat. They're not going to render any type of aid to that person until they know he is disarmed and is in a position where he cannot hurt anybody or any of these officers. So right now this is a specially designed machine. It's based on almost a construction machine. It's based on a Bobcat. You've seen them out there with a shovel on the front sometimes moving dirt, and they basically armored this thing to the T so that the operator inside has a complete protection. We've seen it being used on a couple of other scenes. Yes. Oh, It actually has armored glass all the way around. There's a front windscreen. Oh, it actually has armored glass all the way around. There's a front windscreen, and he's probably looking at these guys' backs right there. And there's a hole right there in the center. You can see where those officers are walking through. Maybe they're trying to. Maybe it is a glass door that they have to close. Looks like they're having a little trouble. Unbelievable. Go ahead, sir. Okay, I don't know if I did or didn't, but it was from the helicopter. PD helicopter told us that. Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Yes. Copy. I don't. Oh yeah, definitely. We saw that one. That's the only one we've seen. There's a body behind the tree on the left-hand lower portion. There's a body there. He's dead. And when we first arrived, when we were trying to find this scene, we saw them taking somebody into custody. Don't know if it's related. Copy. Well, we've been basically just watching, bated breath, trying to figure out if there's somebody inside that vehicle, dead or alive. That vehicle right there, heavily armored. Those officers are able to move around, get closer to that vehicle. That's what they're trying to do right now. Perhaps there's somebody in the back seat of this vehicle. That's the only question right now. We did hear earlier on from a source, a helicopter, a PD helicopter. It may have even been, it may have even been a federal officer type of helicopter, and they did tell us, and the verbiage is still a little unclear. They said all suspects in custody, either deceased or in custody. So that still kind of leaves it open if there was two or if there was one. Right now, we do know that there is one person deceased on the other side of the road, outside the shot right now. You can see those two armored vehicles. Those are SWAT vehicles, tactical vehicles. One of them is actually from Colton. The other one may have nobody's gotten off of it. No, they're probably going to break out the glass. They're probably going to break out the rest of the broken glass. Well, they're using it to open the door. There you go. Just opening the door. Getting a little closer now. It's just a pole with a rake that maybe possibly they were going to use it to break out some of that glass to look inside, but it looks like they used it to open up the back door, open up that back door on the vehicle, which also leads you to kind of wonder, how did that back door open up? If there may have been somebody else in the back seat. If there's a running gun battle, what would be the point for that suspect to open the back door? So that may be one of the reasons why they are so suspicious about what's going on back there. That yellow pole that they're using, basically like a rake or something, they use it to open the door up. That's what they're doing right there. And yeah, there definitely was a second person inside that vehicle, also probably deceased at this time. Yes. There's always that possibility. Yeah, that. That's for sure. I can? All right, copy. Right now, it's pretty much just status. They're talking back and forth. Nothing about what's actually going on inside that vehicle. We did move off very, very quickly. I thought that I saw something flop out the door. Now I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is going on right now. We are trying to, they're not making blow-by-blows down there, but it does seem like something is out of the vehicle right now, possibly possibly a suspect. Maybe, hopefully, it's something other than, even though if it was a suspect, righteously, this would be the good end for that, but still it's a human life, and we'd never want to see anything like that taken. But right now, you can see that vehicle definitely blocked in. Officers not relaxed. That situation has not changed very much. Some of the officers on the outer perimeter seem to be a little bit more relaxed, but the ones right up in the front there, they all still have their weapons drawn. They are still very much in an aggressive stance. This is definitely not what they would say code 4, or it's all clear. This is still a very active situation, and this happening, as you said, on a very residential street, not far from where that shooting took place. Just getting a little bit wider just for a second. I don't think we're going to miss much. Giving you an idea of the police presence that's still here on scene. Some of these officers basically went back to their original areas where they were, where they started out. You can see the number of officers out here, and this is also a different angle that where Paul was talking about when we first arrived out here. They had officers bunched up around these gates and fences with their weapons drawn, all pointed out at this direction. We heard from Tom Waite talking about that, that shooting in that intersection. It must have been surreal for anybody that may have been in that area to hear those number of shots, to see something like that happen. That vehicle was being pursued, as we understand it, was being pursued by officers. It is a vehicle that was described from that shooting earlier this afternoon. It does not have California plates on it, as far as I can tell. They do not look like California plates. Right now, though, whatever it was that's in the back seat is out of the back seat. Officers don't seem to be offering any aid. I'm wondering if maybe that is not a body. We're still kind of waiting on that. I don't want to push in too tight to find out. And right now, it's still a very static situation, but a very tense situation. Nobody's calling code 4. And you can see some of those other officers that were out around the vehicle now behind their armored vehicles. So kind of wondering what their plan of action is going to be. I'm sure they're going to want to clear that car and say that this is all going to be all clear, and they may just approach it and start investigating it. I'm not hearing that.
just to echo that, something is always better than nothing. This is such a serious story that even if you have a lot of I don't knows, at least you've got a few new details, which is very important. I know. Thank you. You're not
on your part.
Yeah, but
Because I want to get more and I just don't have it, and so I feel bad. And somebody has it, and you know that, and I know that, but it's just not me.
Right.
So I just it's hard for me because I'm obviously with you.
So are you hearing anything right now about a standoff? Can you ask? We're hearing that there's a standoff with the suspect right now.
You know what? I can't because it's so active. I called.
Walk south of where that SUV with the bullet holes is, and it's a residential neighborhood. Possibility of a suspect outstanding in this area. Don't know. You're kind of watching it as we do. We got some people right there. It looks like they are being in custody or taken into custody. Unclear why or how or what. Is it related? Maybe they did something to upset the officers. We don't know, but a couple people there. Go ahead. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. Is there a red car there, Fernando? All right, I'll look for it. Is it at this scene or is it the other scene? I think we're the only ones that are over here. It's not this scene. Okay, copy. All right, so we're going to wander back to where they are. Go ahead, Rick. East of? Is it this one? Fernando. Yeah, we're good. Thanks. Even where we were earlier was an active scene too, but we know the name of the street by any chance? They haven't made entry into the home yet, but they definitely have this house surrounded out here. Again, this is a multi agency task force. We saw many different types of officers down there working together. They're surrounded this one house out here. This is very close to that church that we saw just moments ago, where other SWAT officers were clearing that church. They seem to have found nothing there, and now they've drawn most of their attention is right here around this one house. This is very, very close to where that SUV came to a stop. We're about, I'd say, about 6 blocks to the south out here, very residential neighborhood. We're trying to work on an actual address, but you can see these officers basically making a very aggressive stance, walking into a yard, an area, and then you can see them walking out very casually as they clear these residents. I'm not sure if these are residents that may be attached to that vehicle where that shooting occurred. Perhaps they have some sort of registration. Maybe they have an idea where that vehicle has been staying. All that's unclear right now. Or maybe this is just a methodical search in the area where they're walking through each and every one of these properties, which I believe may be more of the case out here, as we're watching these officers go from house to house with that same tactical stance, weapons drawn, working their way into the yard, around the yard, and then we'll see them move off to the next home. But it's definitely, these officers are not in a relaxed type of atmosphere. You can see officers over here, still their weapons drawn. You can see other vehicles blocking streets out here. These officers are definitely looking for somebody. They must have some sort of viable information that would bring him to this location in these kind of numbers as they walk through these neighborhoods, or walk through these actual properties out here, clearing these properties, looking at what they've got going on. I don't believe that this is putting any of the officers in danger as they walk around down there, but you can see them with their weapons out in a tactical stance, spread out, looking, searching these areas for something. I see a dog running around out there. I believe that would be it's a cat, excuse me. But, right now, this is, they are basically going home to home to home. This is very close to that church that we saw earlier on. This is actually 1 block to the south and a couple blocks to the east of where that church was. That's actually one of the SWAT vehicles that was clearing that church earlier on. So unknown if these addresses are connected to that church, perhaps, but there must be something that would bring these officers in these type of numbers with this type of stance into this neighborhood to check out these homes. You know what? With this type of situation, with the number of people that believe that the officers will take seriously any type of tip that they could get, the fact that it is all kind of in this small neighborhood right now leads me to believe that there may be some reason why they've converged here. Maybe it's too early to say, but maybe one of these residents is connected to that SUV somehow, and that's the reason why they worked their way down here. We heard Michelle talking earlier on that there may have been another person that they are searching for, another suspect. So this might be what we're watching right here. Maybe this is that other suspect that Michelle was talking about earlier on. So, but you can see this is methodical. They're going home, residence, property, and they're working their way down this area. This is the first time I've actually seen them make their way into a home, which also kind of leads me to believe that this is not a residence that they believe this person lives in. This might have been a foot chase, or may have been where they saw somebody running, and perhaps he may have gotten into one of these neighborhoods, or is hiding in one of these pieces of property. That door that was open, that's the first time I actually saw any of these officers do anything, or law enforcement officials do anything like that. They haven't made entry to any of these homes, so they're doing a suspect search. They're basically trying a door. If the door is unlocked, they're going to let themselves in. They're going to check out that area because somebody may be hiding in there. It's probably extremely unnerving for any of these people in this neighborhood to, have this type of police presence in their neighborhood, and then possibly to think that these suspects may have been residing. Again, you don't know your neighbors sometimes, and in this case, this might be what's going on here. Other than that, they are talking about, Michelle did very clearly say when she spoke to those officers earlier on, that they are actively searching for another suspect. We didn't see that up by where that pursuit terminated, but we do see this down here. This is very close to that church. That church was pointed out by our news desk. They told us to come down to this area and take a look. These are other officers. This is actually going to be on the same street as that church. These officers have been in this position with their weapons drawn for quite some time. They're not making that active move as of yet. Perhaps the search is going to work their way north. They're going to come up another block, and they're going to do the same thing through these residents right here. But it really does seem like they are actively searching for somebody. Extreme numbers of officers out here on foot with canine searching for what I believe would be another suspect. No, I was just going to make a comment about Paul's statement. We cannot, as average people, we cannot put ourselves in the minds of somebody that would do an atrocity as those persons did did this afternoon. And you're right. You're very right. You could have gotten in that vehicle and been long gone. Apparently, they chose to stay. Perhaps they want to make some sort of statement. And right now, you can see that these officers starting to debrief right here, talking to each other. And I think we're getting some new information from our assignment desk. I'll be right back with you guys. Mark, go ahead, sir. Oh, jeez. Go ahead, Rick. What's our fuel situation, Brad? $40, 45 minutes on station. Mark, can you give me the reason why we want to watch these officers by a short bus? Okay, copy that. Brad, we're looking 12 o'clock. I got a palm tree in the center, obviously parked right where we need to be. So just move either right or left. I don't It doesn't make any difference. Should we follow this vehicle, Mark? Richardson. This is on Richardson. This is that same neighborhood, very close to that church that's been surrounded earlier on. SWAT activity. These officers are just showing up in their armored Bearcats. That's the name of the type of vehicle, that armored vehicle that they ride along on. They're bringing in reinforcements to continue the search in this neighborhood. They must have some good reason to be going through all these yards. Numbers and numbers of officers out here from many different agencies. The logistics on how these officers speak to each other is beyond me. They're obviously using some sort of channels on their radios where they can all communicate, because there are so many different agencies out here, sheriff's department, police departments, and then other agencies as well. We saw some of those officers that were clearly undercover officers earlier on as they were working their way through this neighborhood. All these properties out here, they have been searching. They made their way through this neighborhood, but even though they have walked through these yards, you can see officers still scattered up and down the roadways out here. This definitely not been cleared. You can see another command post up here where a bunch of officers are briefing or debriefing, putting together a plan, talking about what they found, and passing information back and forth. Our assignment desk was concerned about that one vehicle that we saw right there, that armored vehicle working its way through that neighborhood with a number of highly trained tactical officers on it. They'd met up with another one right there off of Richardson's, and you can see them basically talking right now, passing information back and forth. Unclear what the reason is. I'd love to know the reason why they are in this neighborhood, why they are searching all through this area. You know, if there is a suspect on the loose, is this an address that that suspect may have been using? All that we'll hopefully find out soon enough. Right now, tell you what we can watch. These officers are doing a systematic search of several blocks out here off of Richardson. That car, that shooting, all that incident happened not far from here, about 6 blocks to the north. Same basic streets, you know, the same intersections, but just to the south. There's a very residential neighborhood. There was a church that was being searched earlier on. There it is in the shot. That when we first arrived out here, there were 2 of those tactical vehicles and officers, armed officers, all around it. We don't know if they made their way inside, but this definitely was the start of that search in this neighborhood. After that, we saw them working their way through this neighborhood, yard by yard by yard, armed and walking through there with a very, very tense stance, checking each area, looking underneath things. But they haven't gone into the homes, which is also is a piece of the puzzle, I am sure. But you can see still weapons drawn and still very edgy. These officers walking through this neighborhood, perhaps somebody still at large, and maybe one of those shooters that was involved in that shooting earlier on. The tactical team that we followed right now with another tactical team, they are exchanging information, but the situation's still out here very fluid. No pedestrians, no people in this neighborhood, no cars that shouldn't be in this neighborhood. Actually, no civilian vehicles at all moving in this neighborhood right now. Yes. Hang on. What? Okay. Hey, assignment desk, have we got a call, any kind of complaints from any kind of officer about something? Yes. Has any agency got a hold of us and said anything to us about tactical positions? Copy. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't us. Copy all. Our station hasn't got no complaints. All right, copy. Let me talk with Brad. Brad, sir, how long do we have on scene? Yeah. Mark, if you tell him just to move a little bit quicker, we're probably good for 40 on scene. San Bernardino. now they're back. So there may be something about this church. The name of that church is going to be God's Apostolic Pentecostal. And right now that seems to be the spot where they're starting their search. Maybe they're just kicking. And right now that seems to be the spot where they're starting their search. Maybe they're just kicking this off and going to just double check, work their way through the neighborhoods. We'll stay a little bit wider, but we'll stay on that command post, and we're going to keep an eye and an ear out to see if we get any more information for you guys.
Well, you know what's cool is looking at the perimeter is
The red car is just up the street there. There it is, right there. And this is going to be actually just north, not about a half a block north of where that church is. So maybe there is something in that area right there. You know, residents starting to get a little bit curious. I saw one of the residents up on their rooftops right there trying to get better angles, seeing what's happening out here. You know, this number of officers, this type of search, this is the first time I have seen such a suspect search ever covering news. The number of officers, the types of officers, and the vehicles. This is definitely a first for me. And you can see these residents out there. You know, hopefully this is a first for them as well. They're starting to get curious. You know, this is the world we live in. Everything is social media. He's probably going to be putting it on the web, taking some pictures and posting it on Facebook or Twitter. You know, but these guys are out here in numbers. But you know, this is the area. This is Richardson Avenue, and you know, this seems to be a little bit more relaxed. The hot zone seems to be these east-west streets that parallel it. There is no activity out here over in this area except for police activity. There's that helicopter that was talking to us earlier on, San Bernardino PD or Sheriff's Department. And, you know, these are the properties they're searching. You can see officers are staged throughout both sides of this area, and they have their weapons out, and they're making sure nobody's moving in this area, and nobody has. It's very unusual also. We haven't seen any of the residents out in their yards. We haven't seen any of the vehicles moving around. The only movement we have seen in this area, law enforcement, and they are working their way in and out of these properties, searching. We saw a couple of the areas being searched earlier on. Unclear if now maybe that was like a preliminary search, and now they're going to bring in the big guns, and they've got their canine units, and they're going to go ahead and start making their way. I don't want to give away.
Understood. Yeah. I don't know what we'll see as soon as it gets dark. I'm sure.
They just kind of walk up and they get started. And you cannot hear the mic?
Are you on PL?
I am, but they're not talking to me.
Okay. I'm gonna stand here unless they need me in 1 minute.
All right. I'll stay on. Program?
I hear program.
Hey, Marina, do you have us? Everything okay? Do you have us? What'd you say, Alex? Okay, then you must hear us.
Does Demir know that we're off the top for AC?
Yeah, can you hear us? Everything sounds okay? Check.
I'm gonna stay here.
Okay, great. Okay, check 1 2 3. My check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. My check 1 2 3. Sound good right here? Check 1 2 3. Check. Mark, can you hear me? Check 1 2 3. How does it sound? Does it sound good? Yes, he is. Alex, are you near the truck? Hey, Alex, can you call Mark? I'll make sure. Okay. He's calling you.
Good. How you doing, Steve?
Okay. Of course.
I look forward to what you say, so I know what I should say.
Okay. I'm going to go to my phone right now. Thanks, Poppy.
Yes, what's going on, Annette? Good. They'll all move. Yes, they will all move or I'll knock them down.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Hey, we're 5 minutes away from the news conference, just so you know.
DOW what?
I think they heard.
Well, how are you going to go off? Is it Asia?
Right. Did you get the spellings? Okay, David Bowditch, Bowdich. Thank you.
cars are out here, and if what they go left or right, it looks really bad. So if they could just, thank you.
it's possible it goes down that road. It's also possible it does not. We're just not sure yet, and when we are fairly sure, we will let you know.
David, do you have a motive for this? Possibly terror.
There are a number of potentials, and there's a few potential things, but we just don't know, and I'm not willing to go down that road. This is a very fluid, active investigation. We are still gathering facts. All the heads of agencies that we have here, we are still gathering some of these facts ourselves, because this scene is strewn throughout the city and into another city, and it's incredibly fluid, and that's just the way these things. We'll get there when we get there.
Do you have any information about the identity of the third suspect, description, age, anything?
So I should have included that in my in when I talked a moment ago. So as I said, we had an officer-involved shooting on Samuel Avenue between Mountain View and Richardson. There were 2 people in the vehicle. Both of those people are deceased. There was a third person that was seen running away. We do not know if they were involved. We have that person detained. I don't have any information on who that person is yet, and we certainly do not know if they were involved. It's possible that they were not. In addition to that, and the reason we put things out on social media that we ask for people to shelter in place in those neighborhoods is because there were some folks that called in and had reported that they heard somebody jumping fences, and they reported some of that activity in the neighborhood. We don't know if that was possible officers, but we took a cautious approach. We locked down the neighborhood. We asked people to shelter in place, and we searched that neighborhood extensively. As of a couple minutes ago, we just got word that that search has been wrapped up.
There's still more shooters potentially out there.
We feel confident about the neighborhood where the officer-involved shooting took place, that we have secured that, and there's nobody outstanding there. We're reasonably confident on that. On the broader scale of the investigation, as I said early on, we had information that there were potentially 3 shooters. We are still at a point where we are tracking down that information. We are going to try to continue to identify as a third, or potentially even more people that might have been involved in the planning. But we're still pretty early on that part of the investigation.
Chief,
There's been a number of reports about a holiday party.
I can't listen to all of them.
Chief, there's a report out that at the holiday party, somebody left angrily, went out, came back with 2 other people, guns, and started firing. Any truth to that?
So I have heard that they were in a meeting or a holiday party type event at the Inland Regional Center. Somebody did leave, but we have no idea if that is the person that came back.
Oh, so that's a possibility then?
Somebody did leave. There was some type of dispute or something when somebody left that party, but we have no idea if those are the people that came back.
Chief, do we have any idea what kind of weapons were recovered at the point of the shootout? You said long guns initially.
They were assault style weapons.
Semi-automatic rifles, AK series, AR?
Yeah, that type of weapon, yes.
Are there explosives, sir, near that black SUV currently?
There was a report that they potentially threw what was identified as a pipe bomb. I think we've rendered that device safe. It was not an explosive. I think we're still working on the vehicle and making sure that that is safe.
Can you give us anything on description of these suspects, their appearance or ethnicity, anything, age?
Just the way that it was described to me is, and I said this in the first press conference, they came dressed and equipped, and I think the people that we have at the scene that are deceased are dressed in that way. They're dressed in dark kind of tactical gear, I think is the best way I'll put it.
Ethnicity, anything like that? Do you have any information
I don't know.
on that?
I don't know.
Since you served the search warrant, is it your understanding that they...
I didn't say we served a search warrant.
Okay. So I understand you served the search warrant, some were being told. So is it your understanding that they were holed up in the general area then the whole time? They never...
No, there was information on the early part of the investigation. As we started to develop information, there was one particular focus area that we went. There were a couple, but there was one particular focus area that we went to, and it was one of those follow-ups, focus areas that led us to the house in Redlands, that led to the ultimate pursuit that led to the officer-involved shooting. the address was connected to the follow-up that we had. I don't know who the suspects are, nor do I know if that is where they lived. They were carrying assault-style weapons. I don't know the specific caliber or make or model of the gun.
Chief, the arrest at Aurora.
Hang on, real quick. There were 2 people in the SUV. Both of them are deceased. One male, one female. While they were engaged in the gun battle with police officers, and we had several officers that shot at them and into the vehicle. I don't know what bullets caused their death. We have a third person that was seen leaving the area. He is detained. We do not know the extent of his involvement, if any. It's possible that he was not.
Arrested at Aurora and Colson.
The person was detained very close to where the officer involved shooting. We don't have an Aurora. I don't know.
There was an arrest on Colson Street.
There was somebody detained. We have not identified them yet.
Did that person have weapons on him? That third suspect that's detained?
I don't-
Weapons located on that person?
I don't have that information.
Were there any words exchanged during this gunfire that you can speak of between the suspects and the police?
I don't know. Don't know. Okay, we're going to try to do another press conference sometime around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll have more information for you at that time. Thank you.
Sheriff McMahon, any comments? Thanks, sir.
Excuse me, do you think you could do an interview in Spanish? Let me know.
hope you guys ate lunch. I hope you guys ate lunch. All right. Copy that, will do, thank you. I'm sorry, copy that, will do, thank you. Do it now? Is it that time? All right, switching to 6. Oh. No, I haven't yet, and I'm supposed to do it at the bottom of the hour. Jeff. Susie and Jeff. Okay, copy all. I'm on 6. I am with you in the KCAL booth. Only 6 were in that helicopter today. Only 6. Copy all. Yep, that's where we are. Sorry. I can hear you. I can hear you. You're obviously not hearing me. Oh. Good evening, Jeff Stu. Check this out. This is the scene where it all started. This is where the point, the ground zero as it would be. 14 people lose their lives out here this afternoon in the early morning hours, and you can see right there, that's the IRC Conference Center. A little bit dark right now, but you can still see a lot of activity, a lot of police activity out here. Bomb squad still here on scene. That is going to be the San Bernardino bomb squad. Now, we were just told, we didn't see this activity. I can also tell you that this building right here, this is the actual IRC building itself. Right now, it is still being searched at this time. They have to make sure, absolutely sure, that there are no other people inside that building and or suspects, victims, or anything of that sort. We saw officers actually walking the parking lot out here, looking under cars, in cars. Here's some of the officers. I guess they lost their signal. I don't know what's up. booth, if you have us over the microwave, I'll let you know right in a second. John, do we have fuel for another, how long? Hour? We got an hour. We have an hour on board. Hour on board. Yes, we are. Freak 6. And TOC, the fact that I'm talking to Rick, I understand you have our signal. We're into PB. Yes, I am, sir. You know, I mean, if we move, right now it's right behind me, so I don't want to make people sick, but I can show you where everything is. You know? Yeah, kind of. Yep. Yes. Copy all. Yep. I'll talk to... You know, all we can really see there... Hang on, let me turn this down a little. The only thing we can show there, I mean, it's going to be just blinking lights. You won't be able to make anything out. Okay. Sorry. John, when we get over to the west, can we kind of park for a little bit? I need to shoot this scene and the other two. All right, so that's going to be the shooting scene, right? All right, that's the shooting scene. And then the one to the south is going to be, where's the one to the south? How south is it? South of the freeway or? Hang on, let me turn this down. Where is it? Well past the freeway? Past that scene south of the freeway. That's way down there. Oh, way down there. All right. Okay, cool. Right. Yes, please. I can see the blue flashing lights, that's all. And if you can set it up so that I at least can see it out any window. Can you set it up in a way so I can see it? Are we back? John, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's excellent. Don't worry about it. Stand by. I'm not live, am I? Okay, copying. No, I wanted to practice a shot. The search warrant is way out there. Sorry. No, we've always been in 6-7. We've been in 6-7 all afternoon. 6-7. Nope, 211 is just not here. No, I just want to see it. I just want to see if I can make that happen. That's going to be so impossible to find when I have to. But I'll make it happen. No, it works. Works. I just got to find it out the window, and it's by that bend. That's what my key is. I just got to find a landmark. So it's by the bend, south of the bend. And all it is a flashing light. No. Copy all. All right, we're in a commercial. I'm going to try it again just real quick, just for me. All right, so we're gonna go from that one to that one. This one's easy. This is like shooting fish in a barrel. Boom, that's it. Blah, blah, blah. People dead. And then we go wide, and then it is... Ooh, see? Copy all. Oh, there it is. It is. It's okay. Jeff and Susie, copy all. Okay, so it's south of the bend, so I'm going to do almost nothing on that one. But it's the bend. Okay, bend and those lights. I'll make that happen. I hope they keep those lights on, brother. Are you kidding me? I strive on stress, whatever it is. I talk on television. Thrive. Thrive is the word, student. All right, I might cut it a little bit shorter, but yeah, I'll make it happen. Thank you. 2 minutes. to. Just think, Bend and a little farther south than you would think. I'll make it happen. You know what? It's going to be some time before anything clears up out here. Jeff, Susie, this is going to be the command post right there. And this is ground zero where it all started out earlier this morning, actually, still. It was in the 11 o'clock hour where those shots were fired at the IRC Convention Center. Bomb squad still here on scene. We understand. We haven't heard it, but we understand that they have disabled that device that they believe may have been explosive. But one of the advantages of flying around in Sky 9 is we can see all these little spots, and it gives you an idea where this all happened this evening. Now, that's going to be this ground zero. That's where those 14 people lost their lives earlier this morning. And then if we pan over just a little bit to the east, you can see a lot of blinking lights out there. That's going to be San Bernardino Avenue. Now, that's where that SUV ended up and where those two suspects were shot and killed. You can see a large presence out there. Crime scene is going to be going on in that area for quite some time. Then after all of that, we started hearing about a warrant being served in an apartment where those suspects may have lived. Now, that's in the Redlands area. There's not much to see out there. The police department has actually told us not to show anything that's going on over there. From Sky 9, we might be able to see some blinking lights way out in the distance. You can kind of see them out there. That's where that's going on. That's where those suspects have lived, and that's where they are using that robot. They understand they tore down a wall right now, and they're actually sweeping that area looking for explosive. So that's where all this is happening out here in San Bernardino this afternoon and evening. And the IRC, that's going to be going on for quite some time. That shooting scene, the officer-involved shooting, and those two suspects died. One officer was injured, apparently not life-threatening, which is great news. That's going to be going on for some time as well. That's right there. And then, of course, that area where the 14 have lost their lives, those innocent people were ambushed earlier this morning. Well, that's probably going to be going well into the night, if not into the morning hours. And this crime scene is still out here, and apparently they are still sweeping and making sure that that building is completely safe. Live in Sky 9, I'm Stu Mandel. Jeff, Susie, back to you. Did I make you proud, Rick? So you two have any lunch plans, any dinner plans? Did you eat before you came out? Yeah. Basically, as it's been told to me, is they'd like us to land, take off again, and then land for fuel and take off again. I'm serious. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. Well, I don't know about that. I think they wanted actually us to land at 7, which is now. Let me double check. I think maybe they said 7:30. But basically, it is. It's 7:30 because they want us back up for the top of the 8. Back up for the top of the 8, and that'll take us to 10. Yeah. Well, we'll make it. I mean, it's San Bernardino, but they've been pretty quick. But yeah, we're here for the duration. You can orbit again too, John. Thanks for the hover. Hey, Courtney, Cranky, Grumpy. You have us till 7:30, as I understand it. Okay. Copy all. Seven, Simon Desmark. Hey there, just double checking plan as it was laid out so intricately for me. Here till 7:30, 7:30 back on the ground. Fuel be back up for the 8, 8 till 10, back down for fuel, back up for the 11, correct? Copy, copy, copy. Well, Susie, Jeff, there's still. Really, I'm showing us sending it 073. You want me to reset the C100? Maybe it needs a little tender love and a good thump. Just confirming, we're talking about PV. We're into PV. I got a 073, showing no error at this time.
Podium check. 1, 2. Audio check. 1, 2. Test, test. Audio check. 1, 2.
If you're bored, that's fine. If not, no worries. I gotta. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I know. I know. So it's part of that I did too. It went over Twitter. Yeah. Oh no, I saw it on Twitter. Hey, if you're coming this way, come this way. I gotta go.
Any big news?
Not real news. Not on my end. Well, it's like, 5. You can say in 30 seconds. He says in like. It's like, come on. Keep it simple. Yes. Stupid. No, not Jim. Jim, Jim is awesome. Yeah. He's been here.
CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations for the greater Los Angeles area. On behalf of the American Muslim community, and especially the Southern California Muslim community, on behalf of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, we unequivocally condemn the horrific act that happened today. And we stand in solidarity with fellow Americans as we offer our condolences, our heartfelt prayers and condolences to the injured, to the families of those who have been killed. We stand in solidarity in repudiating any possible ideology or mindset that could have led to such horrific act. There is absolutely nothing that could justify. We stand in mourning, in sadness for what happened, and we pray for the quick recovery of those who were injured. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hussam. Next, I would like to invite the Religious Director of the Islamic Society of Orange County, Dr. Muzammil Siddiqui.
Good evening. My name is Muzammil Siddiqui. I'm the Religious Director of the Islamic Society of Orange County and the Chairman of the Shura Council of Southern California. Shura Council represents most of the mosques of Southern California from Santa Barbara to San Diego. On behalf of our communities, I want to express our sadness and sorrow on this tragedy that happened in San Bernardino. Our hearts goes to the victims and their families and the people who are injured. We pray to God to bless them and to give comfort to the people who are in difficulty at this time. We are with them. We are in solidarity with them. And also I want to condemn this action of violence. It is horrible violence. We have condemned all violence everywhere because human life is precious and we respect and honor the human life. We would like to see that our law enforcement will take full investigation and find out the motives and the people behind that, and they should be brought to justice. That is what we expect, and we hope it will happen. And at the same time, I would urge everyone to please do not implicate Islam or Muslims, because whosoever has done that, our faith has nothing to do with that. Our faith is against this kind of behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Siddiqui. Next, I would like to bring up the... Oh, can you spell your name, please?
Muzammil Siddiqui, Muzammil, Siddiqui, Siddiqui.
Next, we would like to bring up the brother-in-law of the suspect, Farhan Khan, to give a few remarks.
My name is Farhan. It's F-A-R-H-A-N. My last name is Khan, K-H-A-N. And I just cannot express that how sad I am for what happened today. I mean, the condolences to the people who lost their life. I am very sad that people lost their life and there's victims out there. I wish speed recovery to them, and again, I am in shock that something like this could happen. That's all I have. I hope everybody understand, and everybody get recovered much faster, whatever the victims are there. Thanks.
When was the last time you spoke to Syed?
I mean, I spoke to about like a week ago with him. Yeah.
You say he was a religious person?
I mean, there's no comment. I mean, investigation is going on. You would know what it is. I have no idea. I have no idea. Why would he do that? Why would he do something like this? I have absolutely no idea. I'm in shock myself. A normal person.
I had a chance to speak with Mr. Khan before, and he truly doesn't feel he's informed enough, or anyone is informed enough to comment, because we don't know the motive. Is it work, rage related? Is it mental illness? Is it extreme idea? This point is really unknown to us, and it's and he feels comfortable sticking to he chose to be here to share his tonight and today. So let's keep it that way for the time being until more information is available, and he promised to be as available as necessary as more information is available. So thank you for respecting his choice at this point.
Mr. Khan, just tell us what kind of guy he was? What kind of person was he?
I ask, and truly he feels at this point he'd rather stick to that comment just for the interest of the investigation. To be fair, we really want to get to the bottom of it. We don't want to undermine the efforts of law enforcement at this point by making any comment that could mislead the investigators or law enforcement. That would be a great disservice done to the victims and their families. So let's respect that for the time being, and we appreciate that from your end.
Is his wife, is your brother-in-law's wife the woman who was the second suspect? Can Tatiana or can anyone comment on the relationship between the two?
I mean, I think at this point I don't want to say anything.
He hasn't been informed. He doesn't know who has been shot.
The reason I'm here is, I just wanted to say that I am truly. The reason I'm here is, is to talk to the victims and to express my family that how sad they are of what happened. Realistically.